Hey, what's up, everybody, and welcome back to Great Ace Attorney. After a brutal, set in the case that we were on, with my brain just not functioning properly. Hopefully we can finish this ridiculous case. Gotta get these two brothers out of here. Last time we are able to pull the question mark, aka allegedly Egbert Benedict, into the courtroom. Let's see if we can do it. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that is gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to add your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Reynolds cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, I'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1, the Windibank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what's it about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes don't like. Something he don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in leg with Windibank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. You broke into Windibank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was going to kick off, did I? Shut the lock and stuck his eye was dark, as you like in there. I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. That's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! You nearly died. I did. Next thing I knew. I grabbed the gun off the counter. I was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Ah. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? It shows us leave a load of papers with you. A story. I beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I've seen her dial and relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it! What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Oh, very well then. For pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. Culkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. Better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you, then. Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. Now I'm back in the storeroom like he said, training me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Looked like they got in a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help, see? I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And there was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked as quick as you can, like, because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winnebank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winnebank was a goner. Felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All I said was if I kept telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? Egbert Benedict. I just remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. Nope, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. Or if I'm lying, you could be working to get another kill out the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend... Ryunosuke. No one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina. Ha ha ha! Johan. That no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruhodo, I... Sniffle, sniffle. Defendant Gina Lestrade, our legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Joanne, hope you're having a good day so far, by the way. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. Let's go. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. This is it, at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Suzato-san. And I hope you're watching over me, too. Partner. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? Subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Now let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presence of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood of the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake that crossed Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all of this is about. You were appraised of the situation with the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. Some nonsense about me having been there the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you until under oath. Oh my gosh. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Are you serious in suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here presenting claim that my blood was found at the scene. Them Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you denied the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. The highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. What's up, S-Grunt? And it would seem we had the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, be free to leave immediately. Good. I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let's not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon and Chant. So. I trust we can conclude this quickly. I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do.
Hold it!
Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. He's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away, this could be tricky.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? Nope, I don't associate with criminals. It's about managers of those Egbert Benedicts. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it? To permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? This is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. Are you able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension at this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Silent victory wiggle. Thanks.
Hold it!
What was found at the scene of the crime? There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Tip. Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
I have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin. Hey, what, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had up with you with this. How many times do I gotta tell you? Yes, I know, you're not big bro sulky. Hey, Allie, thank you for the love. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Eh, quite blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? You'll care to share that thought with the court. Eh, me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing on, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if we wait his arms like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where I took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Hells bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit such invasion of my privacy. I've already said I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. Forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
You have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon? Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused. We're all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Greggsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in the Winterbanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly. Mr. Green was in the shop in the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Gregson? Gregson, what is going on? I thought you were an honorable detective. I understand why Mr. Gregson, or Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has to gain himself away. Complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to praise a little more information from the witness's lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true. This now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Don't forget that Mr. Herlock was the most famous detective in the world. The most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Oh no. I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He legit told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Ugh. Quite. Now, you're no doubt aware the Central Communications Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. Let's see. I'm just looking at the tickets again. Oops. Nothing to do, huh? Okay, never mind. This isn't gonna say anything. I'm wondering if it's I wonder if it's supposed to be the music disc. I've never had anything to do with the pumper service because, like, I have the I feel like, based on what I know so far, the only like because like the tickets, like he can deny because it went. The tickets don't have names on them. Let's see, McGilly case notes. I don't think that has anything to do with it. Not the paper. Wouldn't be the autopsy report or that or that or that or that or that. I think it's got to be this.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why is it supposed to mean something? The disc was until the day of his murder in pawn and Windibank stop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny little metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refuse to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, it would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from where you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order. Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own on a pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying from McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did you hear correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGill and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn at the fateful night 2 months ago. McGill himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibank's. Funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him, then, isn't it? Not likelihood. He's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilda's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the proper trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. I claimed that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot the music box disc was in his pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music boxes. I first met Mr. McGill at a gentleman's club in the city. It was interesting to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample, a promise to let McGilded hear it. Then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. She didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? Nope, because McGilda had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. He said, if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas are quite infrequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that they prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her, that's what brought you to Windibanks. Get your hands on Mr. McGilda's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Where's the thing? I don't have the thing. Counsel, would you refrain from conjecturing in this way? Is that clear? Yes, my lord. And I'll continue with my testimony for what possible use it could be. Did I went to the shop in order to explain my situation in the article. Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you notice that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chase after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of a pick purse. When I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. He was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. And then, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graham made in his testimony seems to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave me alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Cops like me have duties to carry out when we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lawrence Strongheart, I presume? The Lord Chief Justice appears. I have great faith in you, Inspector. See, I think he's trying to get after the Lord Chief Justice. I think he's trying to get to him or something related to him. So I feel like Van Zieks is actually going to end up being like, it's very possible that whatever forces tried to connect Kazuma to Great Britain, that the contact in which Kazuma was supposed to work with was Van Zieks in order to look into the Lord Chief Justice's corruption. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
Perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. You broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilda's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There's no more in the shop that night than as I keep saying. I simply had no reason to break in. There's nothing of McGilda's left in the shop that night? Nothing this man might have been after? I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him in. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilda slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police are obviously after anything left behind by McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on explaining the fact that Mr. Green is lying in his testimony. Let's take a look. I think what they're going for is probably this ticket for one small box. I believe it's this ticket.
Objection!
This disc was deposited when it begs on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in many cases, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker area that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Windibanks, and it's this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilda and Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. Witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, my Lord Van Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrivable. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One set was to capture the counter where Mr. Winnebeck received his customers. The other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on his ticket, McGillis' small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves with the forfeit items in the shop. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. It's 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. Victim certainly has a very full shop, it would appear. And we have another print. Taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Aha! Moved. Dear me. Sorry to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. You may have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir! Counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGillis' pawn box. Might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Maybe some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? I wasn't sure at first, but wait. Clear discrepancy between the first 2 prints. What? Let's identify the location in question for the court. Counsel? Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Take that!
Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the 2 pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. That's too funny. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillis' small box was indeed not stolen from Winnebago's on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelf. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillis is in fact, yes, the very same small box I just identified as the photographic prints? Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So the box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but Gillis' box wasn't stolen. Changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine the box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the cells of Winterbanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to the Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Oh, this is getting dramatic. I have one thing to say. I am done. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Miss Gilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Your lordship recalls Mr. McGill perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society as reputation implied, in fact. I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Articles as upstanding member of society pawn were entirely ordinary. Like a overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. It does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Goodness knows Mr. McGill was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, your argument in fact demonstrable. Are you able to show proof that this are in some tangible way related to the case? What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? Both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mr. McGill is true character. We know that the disc is significant if you don't know why. To explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Miss Gillard's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defendant's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. That would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he'd anticipated everything? Maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? But what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. The exact significance of the things that McGill has decided. And only Gina can explain to the court. I put her on the stand to testify about that. It could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? What's the right thing to do? Guys, we've played Ace Attorney 2, okay? It's the answer is always get the truth. We are here for the truth. I am here to uncover the truth. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGillard's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by McGilded, my lord. My lord, Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question at once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed, your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? Prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. You don't even have your hat. I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles of Mr. McGillen deposited in Windibanks Pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, a trial which we heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial faced each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running alongside London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there is only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. As the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skyline into the carriage below. As Miss Lestrade's testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. And immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGillen died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, it has transpired that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago. The Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hellbent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGillen's pawn articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then, everything's going to come out. Like Van Zieks said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is that Brickmaker Co. was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and the pair of them on the roof deck went out to call the slops. As McGillen slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop round. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. Well, you just told the court. It bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGildett's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and all my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? McGilda fellow was rotten at the core, just like the pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east, they were all on it together. You're wrong, Deladio. Mr. Naruhodo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Hambug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched up everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man out scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows a witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGildett's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Are you... And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGillett was a sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGill and the victim acquaintances? I don't know, but I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Anyway, it got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. All I dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill had picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat in the cove with the knife in his belly up at the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared, the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me loaded questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. Asked me about being a diver too. And after that, after a while, what had happened to the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. What's up, Captain Dread? Yeah, so basically we've been able to get we've gotten quote-unquote Mr. Benedict to the stand, and we're trying to establish a connection between the articles at the pawnbrokery with this guy and his involvement. And to do that, we're basically solving the McGilda case from the previous couple of chapters ago that was very sketchy.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They both looked out through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horse and McGill got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, two cows from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. Immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, well, the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open, a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified on the trial, I believe. Yeah, dude, Beepo sucks, dude. He stole money, and then he did this trashy act, too. What did McGill and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. As McGill slipped the driver some tin to do a pawn shop roundabout. That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony at the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion at the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGill then took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He followed it up all carefully before I handed it over. I saw him do that. I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Windibanks was suggesting, wasn't she? We were equipping with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed some brass in his face. It went running off a lick. Then the big bog tried to call me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing no about what I seen or heard. Threaten you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to escape her if I did exactly what he said, which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was... He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. Ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get a ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it being forfeited. I made some brass to pay for it. But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all. There seemed to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had the driver deposit Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the copper showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Gina's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use this time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Pressure on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing? What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they are having a secret discussion about something. I'm sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. I already pressed her on everything.
Hold it! Excuse me.
So we'd like to share the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon. Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Wah! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Oh, the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disco that was rightfully mine. I've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. As if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It appeared on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Mr. McGill took what he wanted by force at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Bill's coat and his contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after his trial. I knew that. You decided you would try to claim the articles as your own? Well, why not, eh? They are all going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking it ain't no crime. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. You know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. It was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking it ain't no crime. My lord! Evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece of this far-reaching puzzle. There's something going on between the police and McGilded's group. This is getting sus. I am thoroughly convinced that Chief Justice Strongheart is complete scum. He's got the police all wrapped up. He's like, well, I won't spoil. He's one of the case in attorney one. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker at Mr. McGilded's 2 months ago. On the night of Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Oh my gosh. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music movement, box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Here we have the means to play back McGilded's disc deposited at Windibanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was a disc of his victim in the omnibus. Why, for heaven's sake? I don't understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to McGilded. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the court with some silly bit of music. Fly, get out of here. Fly on my computer screen. This disc may well be motivated the culprit in the case of the commit murder. There's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays. Please play the disc. It's a communications message. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised. The officer said to fetch it, didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. I completely disagree. Ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though that's completely broken, but... Is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I think it could be a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? And it's an abomination, Council. Mere noise, I feel as though it has any meaning whatsoever. That sounds strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there courtly and victoriously, the specter beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. The Gravesman recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. That's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend. Answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woefully chiming has on this case? It's a defense's belief that the sound emanating from the music box is... not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Curly, Bruno. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music? Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it'll be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. Music box is clearly broken, refusing to accept this. In fact, it's pure foolishness. You've got me, I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. I know what the answer is. It's the communication message. Ah! Could it be... Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one in this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, no point is a single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. Be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is... Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Wait. Oh, is it supposed to be the paper? Is it supposed to be the paper?
Take that!
Today's paper, Counsel? Well, the headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice? Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. Presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Jury number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, but me, sir? Whatever is the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code, but I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, order! Everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council. Deserving a capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? Course of words that have expected you to know. For a sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Miss Gilded perished, and the all-important display unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. The culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. In response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I have to stand in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment, the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then let us proceed. You may. You gotta let's have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name that's Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Nicholas Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out of our motherland. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. A mere communications officer could possibly succumb to confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brick-picking negotiating with McGill anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night like we told us to do. We know there was dodgy government secret, but we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. Skulkin? What, Mr. New Governor? What's up? Well, I take it that you now admitted the crime, that on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally, and moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rogue, get us mixed up with all this monkey business. You never said nothing about government secrets. I was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about Geezer, whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ugh. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Well, let's take a look at our little music box. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps of the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth in the comb are different lengths, so each one produces a different tone. This comb is very straight. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? Is that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. Never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. Has to be some significance to that, surely. What is this? Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here it goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. Does it mean we could set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. If we had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of this box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. But this movement also produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. The single tone produced by this movement will be different than the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. The notes they produce are different. Music box that can only play two notes or tones. This newspaper has line accurate. Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? And any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff at the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. I must say something, stop. Let me guess. Error number 5. Regular communication safety officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon's high school operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. So you had access to the equipment you use for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. What of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent encrypted. Normal employees can understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with the ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize of the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row. That's fascinating. Damn, they're annihilating him. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you would keep your mouth shut. Really bigger idols work here. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not. To anyone with a brain, they would be blatantly apparent to listening to music even after a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. You listen to the sound produced by this music, you only hear one tone, don't you? Sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same in everything. There's no discernible meaning to this apparent random sequence of sounds. Your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! I already... Ha ha ha. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? I already discovered that the music box plays 2 tones. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter for forecasted aspirations in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say, but... Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Now, the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things would slot into place so nicely. There should be something I haven't considered. No, I have considered it, but the thing didn't change. So every possibility the music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's to believe the defense at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument and ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, the two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, can be used to cipher messages into Morse code? Oh, I'm already so smart I looked ahead. I'm kidding though. After how badly I got stuck last time, I can't be angry. I can't say I'm smart at all.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds will both play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the chord is heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code to convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse of a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. I may remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, had nothing to do with it whatsoever. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Mr. Graydon, the victim of the omnibus case, must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Reno. Reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I must maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
2 months ago, that omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to do with his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people do remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Or to take it to me and McGilda and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. Brickmaker for an artisan quarter and as well-to-do communications officer. Only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Yeah, nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. I'm going to press, but I'm pretty sure it's the note.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you, what do you mean? That's it, yeah? Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over our natter after all them years, but the Rotor had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Well, who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right lot together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now, he's just fancy with some fruit in your wood. Adam and Eve. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? He was always a living one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always come up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through your heads. God bless, ain't that the truth? I remember Middleton and Mr. Skulker's milk run. That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, I keep answering the question, didn't he? As we have some answer. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Let's add it to the testimony. My lord? Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentiment statement. Okay, well, if I let him go into this case. Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulker's never skulking.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Well, since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Let's look at the business model. How did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, milkman would come with us and cart deliver milk. See, if you stuck the empties outside your front door, he would leave them before getting rot. So we'd sweep in all action, get people to sign up with us. Promise to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait on the dotted line. We were ranking it in, we were. So did you live on the dairy farm or something? Golden Bennett, you off your rocker. We had nothing. We were deport have a farm. Right. Nah, we had go a simple one you had out there. We just switch them over. See? Our customers empties with the full ones. Remember, it wasn't on our books. I doodle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime. It was just an honest bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public at such a festival is most certainly not armless, as you put it. Well, what was it come with the idea? As the evil genius. I mean, Mr. Graydon. Yeah, Ash always had it in with the book when we was growing up. Ain't say he was going to get himself an education, get out of slum he lived in. Call we are writing him on a damn week. Tell him it was soft in the head to even think about it. Look at him now. He's only going to become blanking communication officer, eh? Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Chalmers and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. Trouble is, wasn't Mr. Green in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden? No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Green's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. What are the keys making headway with the cross-examination here? Could it be those two brothers? I'm gonna press one more thing.
Hold it!
This business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought clever clogs like you have worked that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton, yet you decided to interject? Because well... It wasn't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. Took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on these testimonies of these two thieves? Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It will be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulka's testimony has been reliable for once. You're born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Very well. Yes. Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It turned out to be extremely important. Gee, I wonder.
Objection!
I wondered if that might be the thing. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. Dang, he got his father killed. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded, yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Grr. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential governmental information. And selling it on Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. And by the dint of this music box, you presume, counsel? Yes. Sealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme by using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles Mr. McGilded had placed in pawn there. That attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed? The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints of the security camera, indeed. So the question they naturally begs, the question is why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide? It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common black slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there at Windibank's that night. I paid the spare 10 guineas to accompany me. As you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. If that is all, I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with the Gilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. I'm not going down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. The bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
Ha ha ha! You little upstart! You made a great mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communications station. Hey, Smart Blonde, doing well, how are you? But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you ever consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see... This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? You suggesting... I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh my gosh!
The fake hedgehog around here.
Why? Oh my gosh! Smart Blonde! Thank you so much. Who needs a girlfriend when you can just watch my stream? Thank you for the 5 gifted. Yo, that's so nice of you. Hang on, I have to like scroll back. Yo, Gerb, welcome back to the Sarah Squad.
Faker.
And Cinder, welcome to the Sarah Squad. And Pi, welcome to the Sarah Squad. Johan, welcome to the Sarah Squad. And I almost forgot, but I would never actually forget. Kirby, welcome to the Sarah Squad. Good to have you all here. You're great.
Faker.
Thank you so much.
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
Smart Blonde, that's very nice of you. Thank you so much. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more.
Who needs a girlfriend?
You will
when
explain
can
to the
just
court
watch my
precisely what you
stream?
saw. The moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. What? And you're gonna resub yourself? That's so... Holy crap. 7 months? Welcome back to the Sarah Squad. Thank you so much. The Math Smart Blonde. So good to have you back. You're great. Holy cow. All right. Let's get this guy. Mr. Graydon. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I'm shooting the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I can see the people in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee the safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out at the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. Neither was my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution is completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You see the blood splatter over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girls were in at the time. Really? Her coat could somehow be shown to the harbor with vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. I see what they negotiated about. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Oh yes, very dramatic stuff. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's a true science, not some amateur's detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. No, but it's so funny. It's Ace Attorney though. It's so good. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in laws, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. You could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat? They tested with their chemicals. Oh, help. You're right. Forgetting what happened yesterday. But that blood is Mr. Mason's. That's not Windibank's blood. That's Mr. Mason's blood. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once we find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel, yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence of a compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Ash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Never been so scared all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. shot Mr. Holmes? Does the bear carry a gun? What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. For the music box, of course. Broker went for Nash in the first place, and Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. Assumed they could handle the situation. I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bro, but Ogie is jumping over the blooming counter. So I put my gun on the old fella, and that's who made him scupper. Pair of you saying upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you! Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter to the 3 men that were brawling. It was exactly that moment when it happened. I didn't hear the gunshot, and the bullet went on to strike the calendar and the wall behind you. So it would appear. I looked at my arm. I saw I was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Mr. Winnebeck intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he ever noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. I put my gun on him. He tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scuppered the door on the back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shoved himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the little window. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in there about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burglaring brothers? Did you see what went on through this people as well? Tell Lily God, didn't see nothing to sort of. None of these buffoons are even aware of the people's existence. Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnebeck take place. At the storm, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Accused of the black coat shot the man in the back as he tried to flee to safety. When the crowd was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Winnebeck's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winnebeck's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulker Brothers' guns grounded the detective, but this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Ha ha ha. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? Must consider the events in order. First I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the people. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. It's not Mr. Winnebeck's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from a McGill that stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the people onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon? Not thinking, I went and picked it up, because I was worried about just leaving it there. Any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? Made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle flipped it all tidy up. He thinks he's blooming mum sometimes. Oh, it's paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? Like a bullet of games.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Gregson, I'm disappointed in you. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. Do you realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Lummy, this is a bit of hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you measure the third gun when you got down the station? And why didn't you? Told me you didn't know nothing about it. Oh, that blaming people at the door. Sorry about that. I could be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this dude give me the willies. Oh, that's strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He would normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Regsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. I think he gave him the second disc. My lord! Question your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I had the results of the test were ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood of the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. Let's see. What did I tell you? No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, Mrs. McGill had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brick maker of the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGillard's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Ah, but that was... Oh, bally disgrace, treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Your stereoscope couldn't help answer that problem. Can't be done. We have a surgeon. We use Mr. Sholmes specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. You put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I yelled out the Pierrot Zeke for Starving Boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you have such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known this fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord. Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh my
Guilty.
gosh.
Guilty.
No, someone's gonna happen.
Guilty.
Objection! Oh, damn. Well, it appears that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Ugh. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how's it all unraveling for me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. I knew Herlock was going to show up at this trial. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh my gosh, dude. You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. That's so sick. This is so sick, dude. The scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes, what is the meaning of this? Order, order, order. What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. Oh, as well as I would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go waste any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Alright, Herlock. My dear Phil, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Ha 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 ha. Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry, I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them steal running for your chemical blood analyses. Ah well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport. It's just me and my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. Never said on my part. Right, modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, dear fellow. What's that? Don't tell me it's the caramel bar. A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. If ever what a crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Zato-san? Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. It makes holes for cats. Meow. Kitty! Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flap-o-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mrs. muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Something like that. Really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say. But I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. R made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. She made the cat hole in the door? That is your answer, dear fellow. She made a cat flap in the door to the storeroom? Oh my gosh. Your 5 minutes is over. She made the flap in the door of the storeroom. I'm grateful for your affording us a brief recess, my Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. Any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. You need to be careful here. My lord, defense requests... That's why there was no thing here! That's why there's no door here! Meaning, he shouldn't have seen the people! Right? Wait. In between the hours of 1 and 1:30 a.m., the Flapple-Mat was used. Wait, I think maybe I'm reading too much into that? Those see look like they can rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy deployed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so I can get through any door in no time. What are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the Cat Flapple-Mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. That guy is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. I'm trying to think of the cross-examination. He mentions the people. But when was this used? Windibank was shot. Between 1 and 1:30 a.m. I might be reading too much into this, but there is no flap there, but clearly there is here. Even if you, there's no flap. So that device This device was used between the hours of 1 and 1:30 a.m. But that means Susato was in the store, but she couldn't have been, right? Unless Susato went with Gina. However, she knew the title. She knew the title of the manuscript, which makes me feel like she used it before, so it might have been there the whole time. Do I do cross-examination or go into the summation? I think I'm going to do the summation examination. Now it's come to this, my only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What a Mr. Sato's gracious gesture. Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... This is not a time for an action. This is a time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Hurley means. Oh, I'm supposed to cross-examine?
Hold it!
Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine any witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important details escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I think we're getting close. Nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I'll not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Take a chance to present evidence. And following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? Do not press the witness any further, my lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Holmes! Stand so insecurely before the court in a state of such a high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The fact of his sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Check him when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes, one statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Suzawa-san has given me. I'm going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Ooh. The people, huh? I believe it is this.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of. And make a little new door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. So we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance in this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Hmm? Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed a crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism. For which I only apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulker brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Grant's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Grant's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, the filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, the peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claimed to have seen. Here. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order, order! Is there any credence to this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that thing can cut through a solid wood door? Oh, yes, I designed it to be very powerful. I can cut through even the toughest of doors. It's absurd, I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner. Kitty! Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. What does not make cat lovers in the Oak Panel under the Old Bailey? I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove it was. No, but it's easy. What? Cat flaps my cat flap laughing are all of a fixed size. Dimensions of the people at Windibanks are exact match. Hee hee. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that is true. You may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. Defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using the device. Now that the perpetrators returned to our native land, she cannot testify to the fact there is no proof. For as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claims amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Oh, yeah, you can. I already know what I'm doing. Zazan is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people on the door of the Windibank storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Suzato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print, our counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. Also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun at the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see the print again. I don't believe it. This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description. I noticed that. I noticed that last episode. Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. No. Order, order, order! I am satisfied with the defense substantiated claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilty can no longer be denied. That woman tampered with the crime scene. More importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. That is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door until the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Shirley always says. One life begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. We're going to get him. We're getting this guy. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statement.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency revealed by the lies of the witness statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, probably the bloodstains on the coat. Or the third. Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. The bloodstains on the coat. Right? Or was it the third gun? I think it's the third gun, because if he claimed that it popped out, it should be the third gun. The third gun. Do you have any idea what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? Absolutely. I've been studying English hard since I was a child. You fail to catch my meaning. The witness has admitted to removing the gun in question from the scene himself.
What do you mean? No, because he claims that she dropped it through the peephole.
Yeah, this game is great.
He literally just claimed that she popped the gun through the peephole. What do you mean he shouldn't know about the gun if he claimed that she had it? What do you mean? What? That's absolutely bullshit to the max. How could he have knowledge of the gun that he claims she dropped it through the peephole?
Oh my gosh. Whatever, the bloodstains on the coat. Cringe. Have a good night, Don. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. How could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole and, The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. And let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole on the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously As a cat got your tongue, witness. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windowbanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yeah, of course. Place is chock full upon articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. Get the order to have officers working around the clock and shifts so we could get through it all. Consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Can I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. Just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. Really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. No? It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else?
Objection!
Oh my gosh. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. That's so sad. Who is the person? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I'm disgusted in you.
Take that!
I'm so disgusted in you. can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. And
Objection!
me. You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our 1-hour recess, while the police executed the Scipiona and brought the man to the communication station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. I suggested that until such time as he was summoned. Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have had to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while the trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that had transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they had been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. That's not true. Not true. Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What was it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh, yes, now you mention it. And the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I'm finding it strange at the time. Granted, the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. Would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details of the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. Perhaps it's part of a deal of some kind, then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of maleficence.
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this deputy student's specialty. I don't do that. With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded as the witness in return? Or must he prove this alleged deal? I think it's the second disc which is pawned off on... I think... Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Especially for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deals the Inspector Grayson made with the witness? I think it's the music box disc. And the reason is I think he pawned the second disc off. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilda, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilda's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, You covertly made a deal with Mr. Green in which you exchanged the disc or details of the case. You little... Ah! Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Wendabanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is that McGill is under the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. Sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGill has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? The man McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were to cover the medium used to convey the secret suite from the ministry. Do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. That explains why I presented this disc as evidence to the court. You objected so heavily, I presume, because you knew that it would contain highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of that myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. Ready to bet this man and giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If and I strap if the sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it'd mean that the second disc is, as we speak, in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Hey, gracious, then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has a second disc actually on his person? No. Betts demanded the inspector to search at once. Definitely. They could only have struck the deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. Gregsy has it. Moving the witness stand sentence. My lord, please. Order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? Okay. He's gonna say okay. He's gonna be like totally fine because he gave it to him. Finlay wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, I will submit to a body search. What? He's gonna agree to it? Should be aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you'll be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. My country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks of our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're straining Reno because you're scared. Accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord? Do you still persist in formally requesting a search for the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. Your typical Nippity stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps a lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search for the inspector's personal effects. Defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? Of course you have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed. Because this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has a disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be. Counsel, of whom do you request this?
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Hey, blimey, me, him. Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough review of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's... another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order, order, order. Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Lord Bennett, I mean, just... Lord Clement Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? Was a deal that was struck between this witness and this detective? No? Without question, my lord. Then how, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculated man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Mr. Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. I thought me nothing was gonna fall off clean, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, it was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. What the face didn't you mention the third gun when he got down to the station? That's what he said. Yeah, the right down me hole, he did. My head's throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. Looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That he was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig, he hid it? You. He really is, Captain. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Wonder if would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. Do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. We see that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. Afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to Slip the second disc into his pocket. It was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, are you Mr. Graydon? Are you prepared to admit that the accusation made against you, this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon? Clearly, Eastern Visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I pass a disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That, I admit. So sentence me accordingly. That is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All this young Eastern mind's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You what? What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary, tumultuous in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service one must be a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. As a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is high school operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I believe these 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? No man's produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Some proof that Mr. Graydon killed Mr. Winnebank or stole his government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions no. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you thus far have not presented to the court. Let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty. There's no choice, then, Reno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? I have not used the manuscript yet. I think the blood splatter is... I think I'm gonna do that. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Oh, it's about the deal on the stand. I might have made a mistake here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Evidence that he struck the deal on the stand. Oh, I think it is the picture because of the blood splatter. Okay, so here's the logic that I'm going with. He claimed that the blood splattered over the victim. I'm gonna argue that if the victim was shot in the back, there is no blood splatter.
Take that!
What on earth is this, counsel? Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Ugh. Merely, counsel, at this stage of the proceedings, I would have expected a more considered argument. They only struck a deal at the very last moment when they were in the stand. What's more, there's no love lost between them, clearly. It was strictly business. Think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes. Yes, punishable by death. And I don't think Old Silky is going to admit to either time. No. Gregson, on the other hand, he's refusing to admit what happened because he's been sworn to secrecy out of a sense of duty. I wonder. Gregson's lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty, that perhaps. Oh. I see. I think I am supposed to do this.
Take that!
Wait, what? Wait, was this? Hold on. I wanted to... Wait, am I stuck? I don't want to present evidence to Grayson anymore. I want to present evidence to the... I want to present evidence to Gregson. How do I go back? Wait, how do I go back? I don't want to present anymore. I don't want to. I want to go back. Can I not do that? Am I stuck? How do I retract? Where's the key config? Cancel is Z. I can't cancel. How do I go back? Can I not go back? Well, I think what might happen, I'm gonna So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what's probably going to end up happening. Because it seems like... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present... I think I'm going to present information that I would want to present to Gregson, and then if I just game over, then I'll just... So you guys will probably just get a couple extra blunders towards the sub goal, which kind of sucks because I'm pretty sure I have the right evidence. One piece of final evidence to get Gregson to admit, and it wasn't the script. I think it is the script.
Take
Is that
that!
a paper? Pretty, yeah. I mean, maybe I'm not doing this right. That's fine. I know you guys want to see me gift a sub. I just have the pride, but I don't really have a choice here. So it's kind of unfortunate that I'm gonna lose blunders just because the game doesn't let me go back, but that's fine.
Take that!
That's fine. Now let's try doing Gregson. That's kind of lame that they don't let you, like, repick the person. I'm almost positive that, because that's, like, the one piece of evidence I haven't used yet. Okay, that's fine. I couldn't control those blunders, but I will restart and then hopefully just get it right the first time.
Guilty.
So I'm not really mad about it.
Guilty.
It's unfortunate that they don't let you go back,
Guilty.
but that's fine.
Guilty.
Well, it's not about that, Smart Blonde. It's about, like, the way that the game, in this particular instance, the way that the game presented me evidence. It said, do you want to present evidence to Grayson, or whatever his name, Graydon, or Gregson? And I picked Graydon. And so when I realized my error and wanted to present evidence to Grayson, it wouldn't let me, Gregson, it wouldn't let me do that. And so I feel it's unfair that I don't have the if it says which one you want to present to, then I don't have the opportunity to go back and be like, I have another theory in mind. I'm forced to present, I'm forced to present evidence in a situation where I know it's wrong, basically. Do you see what I'm saying with that? It's more so the construction of the game rather than, like... Wait, get him? Wait. Did I do it? I want it to be. Is it? Do I not get to, Okay. Well, I'm a little confused, and Escaron's saying badge, so I guess I'm not, all right, so here's what I'm gonna say. I'm going to assume, based on somebody that's in my chat that has played the game, that I am in a situation right now where I have not been wronged by the game. Now, I will say, if there is a mechanic I'm unaware of that would allow me to go back and definitively pick Gregson, I would like to know that. Because right now, to me, it seems like I'm still presenting evidence just to the accused. And I don't want to do that. I want to present something to Gregson. And so there is no such mechanic. So at this point, based on what I know, it seems that the evidence I am able to proceed from the game by picking the right evidence here. So, with that in mind, I know that the manuscript is not correct. I believe. I mean, I feel like it should be correct, but it's not. It's not the paper. It's not the gun, which I just picked randomly. It's not the crime scene photo. One final piece of evidence to get him at the deal clearly suck. I might say the small music box. Here's my next theory. I'm gonna force their hand by saying, fine, we're gonna play the things in court.
Take that!
I'm gonna say well, is that Mr. McGill's peculiar music box council? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set into place as well. Goodness, this disc council. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. Defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. We're crying out, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. You go let in the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that. It's treason. Then do you admit the charge? Then in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiots. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case secret details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him! Oh man, they got the foot stomp. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. Uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will not listen to this music box. This time, with the second disc in that place and both discs playing simultaneously. He has many wine glasses. Oh, listen to that. It's unspeakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, stop the bloomin' box. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Grayson? Or Graydon. Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Hey, you there. The detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? You have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. How about a trade? I suggest you accept. Information that make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have been put him in the clear. People in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. Then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on that night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor of Mr. Pop Windabank. You. Oh my. Traitor! Bailiff, restrain the man at once. That's it then. It's all over. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty. Son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, going to escape that hellhole. Eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Then he decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. Wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, are you not? So you are? I have money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. You must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code, and so I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine was written some music he wanted to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. Wow. By splitting the information in two, we were taking considerable precautions indeed. I picked myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. First of all, the first of the two discs in the music box for playing them, I exchanged it with McGilded for 10 guineas. And on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal? Exchanged it with the second disc? Yes. I told the man information that way a number of times already. It seemed he became reluctant to part with his money. Doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said it to me. I Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Come into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. I had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was, so after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man would not be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was farce from start to finish. He had barely touched British soil back then. I wanted that Horace is completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. I spared nothing to my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. You're willing to pay the price. There are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters in my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. A tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? Oh my gosh. That policeman came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again? That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence, threatened witnesses to lie on their testimony. So he gave the man the taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was down in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. That wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs in the music box. You need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, thinking he's free, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery. Hi, just a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbroker being used quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like a very extreme, secure vault. Oh my gosh. So I knew that if he took steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And then on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another McGilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was right. Ah, yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to the Windibanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing. It had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. I wasn't aware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Spectre. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. We started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard. We had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. That's what prompted you to break into the place that night? With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilda on the shelves of the forfeited articles. The second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. Gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night. Just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I had fired back. I had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier you called McGilda a monster, a man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? Been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. But you're surprised that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing it in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. Inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. The men ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, now decide your final decision.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Probably Captain Dread. Haha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Rudy, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Oh, man. Mr. Strong, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Miss Gilded's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGill's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Yes, the game actually does care about perjury. Just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box disc containing a message in Morse code was, well, certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast, demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I might say something on that point, isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs are nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those just contain ministerial secret, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGildy conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. It's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade? Yeah, me lord? That what you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Well, look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to be changed, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. Eagerly look forward to the board again, Miss Lestrade, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Could you imagine actually doing that? Are you serious? That is all court is adjourned. On a personal, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within the Englishman. At the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. Oh, man. Dear Lord, that was a long trial. It's done. It's over at last. What? Where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. Take care, Smart Blonde. So good to see you. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one has ever before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. Figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat load of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Quit crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose, sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. Nice star, by the way. That comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah ha ha, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you lay out this bailiff's like, what the frick? What you people with your incessant babbling? Mr. Sholmes. Aha, yes, it was me all along, you see. I'd assumed you'd have taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was, but managed to skip again. Oh. Happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. He made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. As with my adventures, that was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. No greater than you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. I hurt you in some way, Miss Lestrade. While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, someone's been fighting for our lives. Ah, well. Well, it did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I haven't even been feeling some cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Schultz? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What was that supposed to mean? Are you half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Strom. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The point I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course, on the way I see the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs, you know what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He wouldn't have got the wrong end of the stick. Some cows like that Oak Trotter would have rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs making sure they get what they deserve. I disagree with that theology on a lot of levels. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. Reaper taking matters in his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGilders of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, you see? I treated you, which is to be a buyer of this, Mr. Sean. Yeah, rest all right. As I was saying, congratulations are in order. News of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Pina. There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize, but wait until I tell you what happened. This pair, the utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff. Ha! But these adults didn't notice my presence at all. Ha ha ha! They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Could you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. Sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Oh, be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's pat. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the boat trust over what was in the log, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think you find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. What dominating an offense? It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. So it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all lot like for me slums, something to make a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? What? Are you gonna shoot me? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's a good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well. Thanks, Odo. Aww. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Aw, what a heartwarming end. There may not be some stupid bull crap at the end of this. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition of this trial's all on the front page. The pocket citizen's proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Curly? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention to listen to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? Susato. The huge storm with the seas very choppy. Channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. We hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious big sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. Happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? Merely made my knowledge of them known to the man and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Oh my god. This is an idea. We might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? The London Victoria. That took someone longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Don't throw Kazuma's diary! Susato, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. Saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Might be correct in assuming. Because of the people, Miss Susato. I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, and if you remember... Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean? Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Bruno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, it's so important you should pay more attention to it. You didn't know it for ages. I don't know, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winnebake's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know. So you used the cat flap-o-mat to make the people on the door. Captured a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the people was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. But naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. When I looked through the hole in the door, tied them in my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. Remembered that trial 2 months earlier? Trial Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. And the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Just from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winnebank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried about the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. Someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap. Is that why she did it? Is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? Thanks, Johan. I appreciate that. I definitely didn't realize what it was, but I did notice there was a very distinct, like, shift in the pictures early on. I never mentioned that to the people, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. Criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the people could save him, that was my plan. But he does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. Mrs. Zotto decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Zotto. Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but that moment I allowed myself to think that was the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Brayden is the one who lied at the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. With your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too, for my regrets. We must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. Revelation to the music box disc contained the secret messages, Mr. Naruto. Oh, triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There's a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. She said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. Well, what did I expect after all? We are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood that it could have been intercepted. Cipher? I see. So then we could have never hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. So, E. Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? Oh, I just got chills. I wrote it down during the travel before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed on the fly? She is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the word just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh my gosh, it's in Japanese? There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added the Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha panagram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse codes. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Zada, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure that Morse code will become very important for international communications. Fair. Then might I recommend you, my dear, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. What's it gonna say? But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that logic is displayed using the dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from sauce. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but this appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi, Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc? Second is A Shin. Shin, I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? It seemed Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. What's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name? V-Zeeks. V-Zeeks. It's either V-Zeeks or it's going to be Strongheart. What is it? V-Zeeks.
Oh, what? It's Jay Wilson? Oh, dude, are you kidding me?
Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only Jay Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. After the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that is the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It appears that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. His daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo came from. Oh, well. No, it's not very likely, really. Is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine in the Imperial Union University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. So strange. Somehow it's solving the case of Mr. Winnebank's murder today. I feel like I rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder, perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh yes, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. I promise. It's a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. Well, actually, it was in the courtway of the hall after our trial. I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as you were in that case, I somehow felt straight away you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really wanted to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. No. Please just be heartwarming. Please just be heartwarming. No BS. Please be just heartwarming. No BS.
Somehow
Please just
we
be
seem to
heartwarming.
have come to
no
the
BS.
end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
But this isn't the end of the game, is it?
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
I love
Of course
it.
there will.
Nice Easter egg. Nice Easter egg.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Aww. I could have sworn I saw in episode 6, but I digress. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. Some rather awkward news. Railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express. Such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. It's alright, perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, it's coming. I bet it's gonna be. Then I really must say.
Objection!
But I thought I saw in episode 6. Did they just like put all the episodes back to back in the game? Interesting. Wow, I'm like, sorry, I thought there was one more case in this game. I got thrown off really hard. I actually, okay, wait a sec. I feel, this is weird. I thought there was an episode 6. I thought I could have swore I saw an episode after this. Hey, this moves back to episode 1. Oh my gosh. I am legit not prepared for this game to end. Okay, all right. Okay, I was like mentally prepared to do one more case. Holy crap. Okay, well, here's what I'm gonna say. We did pretty good. 37 blunders. 37 blunders across the whole game. I've made 37 mistakes total. That's not bad. Across all 5 episodes, I only made 37 mistakes. That's pretty good. And most of them were in the previous episode. I think I was at like 16 at the beginning of episode 5. Yo, also Naga ended up being pretty lit. Oh. Oh gosh, he brought Anna. Oh my. Of course, Saseki did that. Gosh dang it. Wow, alright, so I guess I'm gonna give a review of the game now. It's good. Even though there's so much going on, and I feel like I can understand why they broke the game up into 2 spots. That said, it does feel like a little like they definitely just kind of cut the game off. Just a little bit. Anyway. You are major sus. You're uber duper sus. You're the biggest sus that I've ever seen sus. Anyway, let's see. I think overall, I'm giving this game like 9 out of 10. I felt like the investigations were pretty good. I'm glad that at least that the 4th and 5th case had investigation and trial in them. I was like, to do full court and then full investigation and then full court was like a little like, but it wasn't bad. It felt like the logic was pretty clever. Like, I didn't feel like I got woefully stuck. Even in the one time where I was having a really hard time getting the logic, I felt like, it did make sense and I wasn't mad at the game's understanding of how to progress, even though I don't always like to guess what the developer's thinking approach. I do think at times that when I was like trying to figure stuff out, sometimes the game held my hand a little too much. Not like it detracts from the game amount, but there were times where I'm like I had ideas, and then like the game gave me a hint that I was like, oh, it's this. Hashtag relationship goals. Anyway, music is definitely 9 out of 10. I would say like logic, like the logic is pretty good. I think I would say for across the cases, I would probably lean on like a like around like a probably close, like sometimes it was 8.5, sometimes it was 9. Like all overall really, really good. Like this game is really good. I thought the characters were good. I had a lot of fun. I feel like the pacing, even though like overarching story-wise, it's definitely a little slow, but like case by case, it felt like it went along smoothly. And I liked some of the new mechanics they introduced. I thought like the jury piece was kind of neat. Very silly. Definitely captured the Ace Attorney charm in a new way, and I absolutely loved it. Love Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Really, really fun to get to know Phoenix's ancestor. Makes me want to continue Phoenix's story too. Like this was like I almost like this game almost made me forget about the original trilogy. Not like oh the original trilogy is not as good, but like this was like a breath of fresh air that was like I was really digging it. So I give the game like a 9 out of 10 for sure. Very, very enjoyable. Very, very enjoyable. Music was phenomenal. For sure. Aww. Yeah, and I hope they release something like a 4 through 6 port to Steam or something. What a great picture. So this is so Mr. Schultz. I love it. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. I love this picture. This is so great. Yeah, definitely a great game. I'm so excited to see how the saga ends in the second game. Can totally understand why they split up the games this way. But I love the animations. I like that they try to do more of a 3D approach. I just think it's a very nice touch, and definitely can tell that like this is how these game genres are developing, and I'm a big fan of that. I love it. Boo, you're dumb and I don't like you. You're evil. Dude, boo. Grr. You're definitely coming back in the second game. Epic gamers. Wow, this case took a lot longer. Like, the first 3 cases feel like they went at a decent pace, and the fourth case was just a little bit longer. Good intentions, but dumb actions. You're epic. You started off a little shaky, but you ended up being pretty cool. Asanaga was, like, a very redeemable character. For sure. Oh my gosh, and they, bro, oh my gosh. Holy frick. Dude, that just hit different. Holy frick. That just hit different. Is he gonna take the sword? Apparently they don't have a good enough animation to show him getting the sword. So they do it off screen. Well played, well played. Know your limits. I'm down. I dig it. Asogi? Oh, sorry. I've been saying Asogi the whole playthrough. My bad. Asogi. My bad. Stupid English speaker. Dude, Beeple? Okay, Beeple is low-key just one of the worst characters. Like, you feel like bad for Beeple, and then you realize he's actually just greedy and commits perjury, and what the frig? Also, screw you, you're dumb. I hate your laugh, your snicker. Pisses me off. Gotta love Herlock Sholmes. I know there's an account that's Herlock Sholmes is everywhere. What do you mean? Don't talk about people. Johan, people literally stole money from people and committed perjury. He literally took evidence away from a crime scene of a murder. He did everything wrong. He lied in his testimony. He committed. What do you mean? So he's a criminal. He brought dishonor to the guild. I mean, I guess he was. His breath was literally chilled. I know. That's a good point, Captain. That's a good point. Oh, so this, okay, let's just let people steal things. I guess theft is just okay now. I see how it is. I guess theft is just a good thing. According to you guys. I swear, if you shoot me, Gina. I love that they're all just chilling. I'm one of those people that thinks Robin Hood's the bad guy. Yeah, but Robin Hood did it to help other people. People helped himself. Robin Hood was against the system. People just stole from random people. He stole from the brickmaker, who's poor. Well, okay, he had his son's money. He stole from the hatter, who was poor. Maybe you could say the banker, and then McGill did it's okay. Yeah, that's bad. People's bad. McGill is the worst character in the game. Ooh, oh, look at this robe. Okay. Oh, this is a great picture. Oh, you're right. There is only 5 episodes. Holy moly. This game was sick. No, this is Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh my gosh, so good. Why was Cosmo's name on that list? Was it the Dr. J. Wilson? Iris's dad, who passed, and we were accused of murdering him? We were proven innocent? Killed by a foreign person? Or by Jezebel, or whatever her name was? Did she have something to do with the sinister plots? What is going on? Find out next time in Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2. Thank you guys so much for watching the playthrough of this game. I'm so excited to see how the series is going to continue, and I will see you all for that playthrough in the near future.